that Kailasa continues to contribute. Still, he has made the ultimate sacrifice of everything in order for us to be protected and Kailasa to continue. The anti-Hindu militant forces have continuously been strategizing on how they can vilify, demonize, and ultimately assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in a series of steps, in a series of strategic, planned ways to execute what they wanted. And what they wanted was to continue to oppress the Hindu civilization, to continue to loot the Hindu civilization, the Hindu temples, the Hindu heritage from each and every one of us, and to stamp out entirely the Hindu customs, traditions, and the Hindu culture. And we saw how in the last segment, we saw how step by step the anti-Hindu militant forces had been going against and had been literally ensuring that these assassination attempts are successful, not only successful, but justified by the media mafia and to the international audience. If a report goes out that this many Hindu leaders are dying, or this many Hindu leaders are under illegal judicial custody, then there is a media campaign of demonization against the Hindu leaders that they had plotted and that they had conspired to put against the Hindu leaders. And in so many ways, this has stopped the Hindu community, the Hindu diaspora globally from having the justice of at least being able to tell our story to the world, being able to seek help in other resources, at least in the international audience. But due to the series of media demonizational campaigns against Hindu leaders and against the Hindus, and so many different systemized attacks against Hinduism, until now, we have not been able to have even one voice about the Hindu Holocaust in the world. There's not even one textbook, there's not even a narrative out there that speaks about the Hindu Holocaust and what ultimately the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going through to revive Kailasa. But due to his hard work and him, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, going to all extents to ensure that the Hindu Holocaust is told to the world, and his hard work, sincere efforts to go and revive Kailasa, bring legitimacy to Kailasa and its mission. This is finally, the United Nations has recognized the persecution against Hindus and women of Kailasa. And each and every one of us finally had some sort of reprieve for the violence that is ongoing against us. And we've seen how arrest against of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the illegal arrest against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has been a systemized attack, meaning that anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces had planned and conspired prior to the attack in order to execute their ultimate goal. Now, the steps are very clear. One is media demonization, meaning the demonization of the Hindu leaders and the Hindu people, the Hindu sannyasis, the Hindu sampradayas, and all the members of the Hindu sampradayas, and vilifying them in the media. We saw this in so many different examples over the last segments in this series about the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, about how the media had literally criminalized and demonized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with absolutely false lies, fabricated lies against the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism, and making such obscene false statements, and literally throwing out to the garbage cans any amount of ethical journalism. And in the way that they did this, literally spreading so many lies, making up and planting the evidence that they were then broadcasting in the media as legitimate, and using the entire situation, twisting the entire situation and manipulating, even such that the victims of the entire attack were arrested and illegally arrested, were confined and unable to even seek justice. And in this way, when the media had demonized Hindu leaders, after that, the next step that the anti-Hindu militant forces do is to execute mob violence with authorities in being complacent to this mob violence. One example that I can say is the Palghar incident that happened last year that devastated Hindus across the world, and how the police were entirely complacent to the murders of 2 Hindu sadhus by a mob. The third step that the anti-Hindu militant forces do is ensure that there's no legal recourse. And by executing a staged mob against the Hindu sannyasis, they ensure that there's no one who can be held accountable for the actions of violence against Hindu sannyasis. Finally, again, what the anti-Hindu militant forces do is use the strategy of media demonization after the incidents of mob violence against them, and after even the mob has lynched the Hindu sannyasis, to pose as if, to manipulate the entire story as if out of hatred, public hatred, they had killed and brutally assaulted a thief or a person who is less than even human being. They do this process of dehumanization in the media, literally demonizing, vilifying good people, the victims of the entire story, in order to further justify subsequent attacks and assassination attempts against Hindus and Hindu leaders. We've seen this in so many different cases, and against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism specifically, again and again, the same strategy being used. And unfortunately, what was most devastating for especially all of us Kailasians across the world is how we have seen how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was treated, abused in the hands of the mob and in the hands of so many violent people who were staged to be put there and to execute violence against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, today, in the next segment, we'll be seeing and understanding the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the attacks against the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham and Kailasa, subsequently following the arrest in 2012. Some of the footage, the pictures and evidence that we have of the vile and dehumanizing treatment Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all the men, women, and children of Kailasa is extremely brutal, terrifying, and horrifying. And today, we also have Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami, who will be helping us understand what exactly happened in the attacks in 2012. and how the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces had used these 4 stages: media demonization, mob violence with authority-clicity, and no legal recourse. And then the 4th stage, media demonization again, how this strategy is used against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and ultimately Hinduism in its entirety. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the sole Hindu leader who has fought and brought to the international audience, out of his intense, pure, hard work, the persecution against Hindus worldwide, and giving us platform, at least, to voice out what has been happening against Hindus. And today we will be seeing and understanding what happened exactly in 2012 against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the men, women, and children of Kailasa in a series of absolutely unprecedented and violent attack and methods of oppression against all Kailasians and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be continuing on with this segment. I hope that you stay tuned and take a few minutes to share the link in the scroll below, as we are eagerly awaiting the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Please take a few minutes to share the link in the scroll below of the report, which is displayed on the Human Rights Commission website for the United Nations, and where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been able to give each and every one of us Kailasians a voice and a platform to speak out about the crimes and violence done against Hindus. So we'll be right back with you in a few minutes. Please take a few minutes right now and share with as many people as possible about the UN recognition of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the persecution against them.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, dear viewers, while we are about to witness yet another live appearance from our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we are going to see once again an unfortunate series of attacks that happened in the year 2012, about which many of you may be aware and many of you may be hearing for the first time. It is very important to again and again bring to the awareness of the innocent public the history of persecution against Hinduism, Hindu gurus, Hindu incarnations, Hindu sannyasis, and anyone who's putting the effort to revive the greater science of Hinduism, the science of living enlightenment, which is there from time immemorial to enlighten every being on this planet and elevate every being to the next level of existence, to the next level of consciousness. So therefore, Hinduism is not a religion, but Hinduism is the science of living enlightenment. And when human beings become empowered by this science, they start living very powerfully above and beyond the normal mundane clutches of the existing socio-economic political forces, which therefore becomes intolerable and a danger to the vested interest powers that desire to keep the people under control for their own vested interests and agenda. So therefore, the attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is huge, unprecedented, and for the very reasons I just stated. For decades, the persecution has been going on. And what we're going to see today is the attack that happened in the year 2012. Like I said, many of you may be aware of it, but the more and more we listen to it and the deeper we dwell upon it, the possibility of the awakening happening in each, not just Hindu, each individual seeking to achieve the purpose of his or her life will happen. The awakening is very important to meet the purpose of each of our life, which is enlightenment. And unless we understand how these attacks are engineered, how these attacks are strategized, how the lies are spread about incarnations and Hindu saints who are trying to revive this greater science of Hinduism after hundreds of years, unless we understand this deeper and deeper, because it is so finely layered with multiple levels of strategy, cunningness, lies, and told in a way that we would not even in our wildest dreams imagine that it is a lie. So unless we understand it to its very depth, we will not awaken to the deep conspiracy behind this, which is actually against each one of us, each one of you. It is why repeatedly these attacks are being brought to your attention in its detail, so that we will wake up and be rid of the brainwashing that has happened over the years. From one side, the media mafia, and the other side, the Western interest forces. It is each one of you out there who's being robbed of your birthright, which is living enlightenment, which is the greater science of Hinduism. That is why it is important for each one of you, beyond religion, gender, race, culture, nationality, to wake up and take note of what has been happening and what is going on, especially in the context of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is, as you all know, the single voice of Hinduism today that is fighting to reinstate and revive this greater science, and that has withstood decades of persecution. Just by understanding the persecution against him, you will wake up to your own life and achieve not just your outer world materialistic dreams, but you will achieve what you're not even aware of, which is the very purpose of you taking birth as human beings, the purpose which is living enlightenment, which is experiencing oneness with the cosmos, which is living as a power manifester, as Paramashiva himself. Today, we are all facing so many struggles in our life, which we don't need to face. The single solution to all our individual problems and the global problems is because of loss of this science of living enlightenment. And these incarnations, Paramashiva comes down as the incarnation again and again and again. And all the incarnations who have come, their only agenda is to reinstate the science and give you back your birthright, which is living enlightenment. Today, we're going to see the multi-pronged series of attacks that happened in the year 2012. As you all know, in the year 2010, the attack was direct on the physical body, the life of Swamiji, Bhagwan, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he escaped very narrowly. And every year after that, the attack was only stepped up. The attack was stepped up, and it came to a point where in the year 2018, he had to take the decision that if he has to complete the avataric mission for which he landed on the planet, then protecting mortal frame, his own body, becomes the foremost issue. And therefore, as the attack started stepping up progressively, in the year 2018, he was forced to take the decision to withdraw from humanity and stay away and continue the service. That is the greatness of the incarnations and saints, because they don't know the zone of violence, pushbacks, and revenge or vengeance. They only know to fulfill the purpose for which they came, the goodness for which they came. And therefore, they bear the brunt of the mass ignorance, the mass violence, the mass vengeance, and the mass attack on their own body, and yet they continue to serve. If we just dwell upon their life, whether it is their life in terms of their contribution against the persecution, or it is their life on the face of the persecution, if we just dwell upon it, we will understand the genuineness, the sincerity, the undoubted intention, genuine intention of them, which is to enlighten humanity and nothing else but that. We are so used to normal human beings who operate out of normal vengeance and revenge. Therefore, we know not that such beings can exist, who can take so much of enmity from us and still intend to give back only the goodness for which happened on the planet Earth. It is not known to us, and therefore we do not believe it. Therefore we vilify it. Therefore we spread lies about it. Today we're going to see the series of the attacks in the year 2012. So this started around the 7th of June, to be precise. I'm saying around because the direct live attack on Swamiji happened on 7th of June, and the build-up towards it was in terms of a series of interviews given, or rather planned, strategized, and given by the false rape accuser, an NRI woman by name Rati Rao. She, along with the Suvarna television and a group of conspirators, planned and executed a series of false interviews in the Suvarna television, which is the mainstream national channel. And in the series of interviews, once again, through the media mafia, the group spread the lies to the innocent public, which is you, who unknowingly consume it, because your only source of information, unfortunately, is the media mafia. Although the social media is catching up in a big way, and it is a huge savior to each one of you out there, because it is finally giving a platform to people who come and express the truth, who have an equal platform today with the mainstream media to express the truth. So therefore, while the series of interviews was being aired by the false rape accuser in collaboration with Suvarna television, she was actually under force to do it to protect her false case against Swamiji, because it was a huge, rude surprise to her that while she had charged Swamiji, our beloved Bhagwan, on one side of raping her 40, 50, 60 to 100 times, on the other side, she did not know that through the very judicial system, her own medical records were finally procured from the Michigan hospitals, and it revealed that she was a carrier of 4 STDs, sexually transmitted diseases. And her own medical records reveal that there is no way that she can have even one sexual relationship with a person and not spread the disease to the person. And here she has claimed 40, 50, 60, 100 instances of rape, and Swamiji's medical records are a clean till date. He has never been, never is a carrier of any such disease. And therefore, this was a clinching evidence that we had got, which was very important to be conveyed to the people, because just on the basis of this clinching evidence, the false rape charges against Swamiji could be dropped. And therefore, the press conference was called. You are seeing now in front of you the press conference that was convened to convey to each one of you out there actually about the clinching evidence that was got. But what happened when the press conference was convened was a huge, rude surprise to us. This individual you're seeing here is Ajit Hanuma Kanavar, who is one of the so-called reporters of Suvarna television. And he landed up with his henchmen on this press conference, carrying a cover with him, which we later discovered was an anthrax bomb package designed to destroy the life of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And very innocently, we were continuing with the press conference, not knowing that this huge mafia group was seated inside the hall, and that too in the front rows, ready to execute their plan of assassination just a few minutes after the press conference started. So the scene that is actually meeting your eye is Ajit Hanuma Kanavar, who stepped up a few minutes after the conference started and started advancing towards Swamiji with the package in his hand, and started accusing Swamiji falsely that he was evading a certain foreign summon and that he was there to deliver the summon, a reporter delivering a court summon, mind you. No end to the extent of the multi-pronged attack, the way it started. Therefore, when we suddenly woke up to what was going on, we rushed to him and stopped him from advancing towards Swamiji with the package in his hands. And we were requesting him to move out of the hall. But immediately his henchmen sprung into action, and they started erupting with violence against not just the men, but against the women, sannyasis, and the female devotees who were present in the hall. After an hour almost of struggle, finally we managed to get Ajit to even move out of the hall. And by then it was all hell let loose inside the press conference hall. And we had to rush the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism once again to safety. It was a rude shock to us. We just didn't know what was going on and what had landed on our heads one more time. And we finally managed to move him out of the hall. And we were frantically trying to contact the police on one side. After enough damage had happened to person and property, and violation had happened to the female sannyasis in ways I need not even explain to you. You're seeing visuals in front of you where the female and male sannyasis are being manhandled by multiple people at the same time near the gates of Adi Kailasa, the headquarters in Bengaluru. After this entire scene, you can see here, our female sannyasi is being manhandled by 5 of these mafia people at the same time, the Karnataka Navaninmana Sene mafia that landed up. And you can see the stones being hurled at the gate. So while Ajit was, and you can see here in front of you, the then administrator, one of the administrators, was actually, his head was smashed by a huge boulder by 4 to 5 people at a time. And he was not even allowed to rush to the hospital. They stopped the car. Somehow we managed to reach him to the hospital. And here you are seeing him post-surgery. They administered 33 sutures on his head. You can see him bloodshot on one side, completely smeared with his own blood. And on the other side, he's giving his first sharing after having undergone the surgery. His entire face and forehead and head is swollen. And it was just one of the most gory. Actually, I was right at the gate at that time. If the NTV operator can just rewind the scenes a bit, you'll be able to see. I was there right at the gate, and it was the most horrifying scene. Even in horror movies, you can see me there. Even in horror movies, I've not seen such a scene where just brutally 5 people smashing a huge boulder stone on the skull of another person and just running away, jumping over the gate and allowing him to die there and not even allowing him to reach the hospital. Actually, at least after they smashed his skull, I mean, one would imagine that they would just back off. But they actually went ahead further and didn't even allow us to take him to the hospital. These are the kind of attacks faced by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see me there in the background. These are the kind of attacks faced by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism time and again. He and the sannyasis and the devotees who are standing to revive and re-establish this greater science of Hinduism. You can see here the bruises, the wounds, the life attacks sustained by the devotees and sannyasis. And while this happened on the 7th of June, from the morning until the evening, and it was actually live telecasted, they came with the live telecast van. They came with what you call the OB van, which is a live telecast van in the evening when this entire attack was executed. And they were airing it live, and the running commentary was that the Adi Kailasa headquarters and the people there are brewing trouble, and they are fighting and they're creating violence and they're disrupting the peace of the place. We were just completely powerless on the face of the attack, because on the one side, we were the victims, we were attacked, we were almost killed, and Swamiji was almost assassinated, and we had to rush him to safety, and our property was destroyed. But here we were being portrayed as creating violence. What you're now seeing in front of you is the press conference that happened on the next day, which is the 8th of June 2012. I request the NTV operator to stop a bit. So we had to explain to the public what exactly happened the previous day on the 7th and how they had converted the press conference into a war field, into an attack field. So therefore, we convened the second press conference to explain to the people the attack that happened on the previous day. And here what is meeting your eye is the second press conference on the 8th. You can see me. I'm the first sannyasi from the left-hand side. Yes, that's me, the first sannyasi on the left-hand side. And on this second day also, just minutes after we started the press conference, again, the same Karnataka Navanirmana Sene, but this time, today, that is on the 8th of June, under heavy disguise, so we didn't even know they were from that organization. They were once again seated inside the hall without our knowledge, and they sprung up and started creating violence and attacking us yet again. You're seeing the violence and attack in front of your eyes. And they started violating the female sannyasis. You can see here in front of your eyes. It was an unsparing, ruthless, brutal attacks where they were picking up the chairs, the metal dividers, the metal chains that were used as dividers, and just beating and breaking persons and property. Here you can see the aggression and the brutality of the attack. You can see him straight away manhandling our sannyasi, Manitya Achalananda Swami. You can see again here. And all along, there was no protection for us. We were frantically trying to call the police, and the attack just continued ruthlessly. And we just didn't know how to end it or how to, push the attackers back, because they were just too many in number and too aggressive, because their business is violence and our business is non-violence. So therefore, it was a hopeless match. And while we were again and again only employing the principles that we live by, which is non-violence, it was not working. We were just being attacked right, left, and center. And finally, after considerable damage had been done, as usual, the police came at the end of it all and they took him away. They took the perpetrators of the crime away to the gates. And all along, the press was covering these very scenes of attack that was happening, but with their own vilifying headlines, where they made the whole thing out to be as though we were causing a fight, whereas we were victims of a huge attack. The choice of words for decades has been completely false and completely opposite to what exactly happens on the field. While it is always an attack from their side, the presentation by the media mafia has always been a fight between Nithyananda disciples and so, a fight between Nithyananda disciples and someone else. And where is the platform for us to go and tell the real story? Because by then, by the time we wake up from the attack, already on the one side, false cases are filed against us saying that we tried to kill them. And on the other side, the media mafia has done enough damage and spread false news all over the world. So by the time we wake up and we even want to give the first statement, the damage has been done and opinions have been formed, and we are made out to be once again some attacking cult all the time who are out to destroy the peace of the people. It is so, here you can see me somehow desperately trying to get across to the press persons who are willing to hold the camera to my face. I'm trying to tell them that, already the headlines out there are, we are attacking them. But the truth is they are using our desperate body language to map their false headlines and conveniently saying that we are attacking them. And I'm in fact telling the press people, if you are in a situation where in your own home, in your own drawing room, your folks were attacked by someone, would you be petting and pampering them and requesting them to move out? Won't you at least bring in some kind of a desperate body language and shout at them to move out, which is exactly what we were doing and the least that we could do. But the same thing was shown as though we were very aggressive and violent people, and as though we are all the time attacking, and as though we are out there just to cause trouble. So,
I would just like to highlight one point that as you are sharing that people need to know.
Yes.
So as you were sharing, the first day, the attack that happened, how the anthrax bomb was trying to be forced on the HDH, directly an assassination attempt. And on the second day, the same mob comes in disguise. They are groping and sexually assaulting women in front of the media. And the most important, what we all could see where Ma Bhaktika Swami was actually sharing in the desperately screaming for help out in the camera, and we can see how the sexual assault, the men groping women, and they all talking vulgarly in front of the women were live streamed in the media. And again, even at this point, the media showing the Adinavasis who are desperately begging for help in the bad light. And here we can see how the attackers are hurling stones and they are just bombarding into the campus, destroying properties, assaulting women, physically mob lynching the sannyasis, very desperate to reach the supreme pontiff of Hinduism and directly attack. We can clearly see how the mob is climbing over the gate.
What we can actually note here is that there are so many policemen who are standing there. There are so many policemen who are there waiting, and they are able to very clearly see that this mob is trying to get in, but they are getting in. They're not being stopped.
Good point, Ma. If you notice the pattern of attacks every time, the moment you see a uniformed policeman, automatically you think they are there as protection. They are there to control the whole scene and bring it to some kind of a law or dharma. But what the innocent people do not know is, or they're brainwashed to such an extent, they don't even know to look into the scene and watch that they're actually not doing anything. They don't even know to recognize that. For us, if you see a khaki uniform, that means he's doing a job, right, of protection. But we've been brainwashed over the years that we don't even know to look into the scene and see that they're not doing it. They're just standing and watching or pretending to ward off people in a way where they allow the mainstream attack to happen, but somewhere in the background, they are just doing some body language, mislead the people as though they are protecting.
Whereas in the light of what you are sharing, I'm right now seeing there's a clipping here that we are seeing. We actually saw these Adinavasis were the ones who were beaten up by the mob. But right now I am seeing they are being arrested. They are being taken by the police. So I'm not really able to grasp what exactly is.
Could you share with us what happened or how the victims are being arrested? You were there that day, and can you share with all of us and the viewers what was happening after being assaulted, after being sexually assaulted, groped, after being mob lynched by these rowdies and thugs? I am seeing the scene where the victims are being arrested. Could you share with us what was the scene and what happened there?
Actually, what you're seeing now is, Ma, each of us was actually escorted. You can see me actually entering the van just now. Each of us was escorted by a uniformed policewoman or policeman into a van. You can see all of us inside the van now. Yes. Actually, this is on the 8th of June. And in the morning, the second press conference had happened and the attack had happened. And we were just recovering from the attack when suddenly the policemen came and they asked us to just follow them. So actually we were thinking that they are calling us to identify the perpetrators of the crime. So Amma, we were so innocent and naive. We had no clue about the multi-pronged attack that was being executed right in front of our eyes. And we had no clue that this 2012 attack was actually going to lead to 2 illegal arrests of Swamiji once again.
My God.
Happened
So,
was,
just to understand what exactly happened, so just wanted to explain to the viewers. So basically, all the Adinavasis who are actually being attacked, the victims who are being like the whole mob lynching is happening, the men, the anti-Hindu elements, the militant forces are coming and sexually assaulting and groping the women or female sannyasis. And
you can see in front of your eyes, Ma. Actually, our 2 sannyasis, you can see here, our 2 innocent sannyasis are trying to ask them, why are you pushing us around? Why are you manhandling us? What have we done? And they're silent, but the police are completely silencing them and telling them it's none of their business to ask any questions. And they're actually manhandling them and pushing them into the van and arresting them without their own knowledge.
This is something that needs to be highlighted here. The victims, people who have been beaten up, who have been sexually assaulted, who have been mob lynched, the victims are being arrested by the police, whereas the mob, the people who are attacking, they are not even being brought near the van. What is happening?
Actually, could you share with us, Ma, the details of what happened, how it happened, and the whole arrest? If you could share with us as being that personally.
So, like I told you, on the 8th morning, the second press conference, they had finished physically assaulting us and attacking us inside the press conference hall. And then we were just recovering from the attack when the police personnel came and asked us to follow them. And we thought we were going to identify the perpetrators of the crime. But then only later we realized, when they pushed all of us inside a van that was waiting, we realized that probably we are being arrested, right? We had no idea. We were like, why are they taking up so many of us in the van to go and identify? Just one person will do. And then only after we actually landed in the police station, we understood that we were being arrested. I mean, if I think back, Ma, how naive we were, how innocent we were. We just had no idea that such things could even happen today. And we were taking
it's not about your innocence or being naive, because the police are expected to make sure that we are protected. At least that's what anyone who sees the scene of so many policemen in the uniform coming in and go, when they see that the Adinavasis, like the people who are in the campus, are being beaten up, sexually assaulted by the criminals, then we are suddenly seeing a huge battalion force of, like, all the policemen are just coming in. And so all of a sudden, so everybody would expect that we are going to be protected. It's like the police have come to be protecting and to make sure that the people are safeguarded.
One more thing you need to know, Ma, how we got arrested was Ajit Hanuma Kanavar, who was the assassinator of the 7th of June, just the previous day. He actually came back into the campus with police bandobast, okay, with police protection. He entered back in the campus on the 8th, and he identified 16 of us and for arresting. And because he had already gone to the police station the previous day and slapped a false case against Swamiji as accused one and 16 of us, saying that we were causing a life threat on him, and for protecting his life, he's filing a case. We were just
this clipping is too painful to see, Ma. As you're sharing this clipping where they're pushing Swamiji like this, it's extremely painful to even see this.
You should know exactly what is happening in this scene right now, what is meeting your eye now. Actually, Ma, so the false case that Ajit Hanuma Kanavar went and slapped on Swamiji and on the 16 of us, that was the next step in the attack. So they arrested the 16 of us, and then they were all out behind Swamiji to arrest him, right? And by then, we had rushed Swamiji to safety because we knew it was coming because of the false case. And what happened was the media mafia started spreading all lies about the previous 2 days happenings. And then they started hooting to arrest Swamiji. And Swamiji, as always, abiding by the law, was coming to get his anticipatory bail. And then the next crime happened, which is his anticipatory bail hearing was actually for no reason adjourned and postponed to the next day. That was such a shocker to us, and it was a danger signal, because then we didn't know what was in the offing for us. Why did they postpone the bail hearing? Even murderers get a bail today. It is their right to fight for their case. And here they have postponed the bail hearing of Swamiji. So what did they have up in their sleeve? And then what happened when the bail hearing got postponed? By then, they had created a huge mob outside the courtroom, right? So when Swamiji had to be brought out, because the bail hearing was postponed, there was huge mob lynching happening on Swamiji. With the police there who had organized for the mob lynching and who were just pretending to be around Swamiji. And they told us that, so it is not safe for Swamiji to step out now because there's huge mob out there. And what they did without informing us, they arrested Swamiji and took him away, saying he is under protective custody, which is actually an illegal arrest, put in raw words. And you won't believe it, Ma. I will never forget those 36 hours, because those 36 hours, we did not know where Swamiji was and what they had done to his body and what they had possibly fed him with and what torture they had put him, because we had the experience in 2010 when he was 53 days in illegal imprisonment. There was attempt to poison him multiple times, and he was physically tortured, and he was tried to be psychologically tortured. They had got even tile cutting machines to run the whole night outside his room so that the frequency of noise would torture him on one side.
Actually, I just want to highlight that. Actually, according to human rights, if you just read the UN human rights, the first one of the violations is any tile cutting or marble cutting sound being exposed to a person. And if they're tortured by that, it is actually written law. I was actually quite shocked when I read it. When I was reading what all are like the against human rights, what are the actions that they do against human rights? I was shocked when I saw that, because that's exactly like what you're telling now. They expose this continuous tile cutting sound next to Swamiji just to torture Swamiji. God, so
and also I would like to highlight another point. I would like to request the NTV operator to rewind a little bit back. We can see a newspaper clipping which says a battalion of 600 police were deployed for Swamiji. This is just, actually I would like to quote something here. Even for the worst of criminals, so many policemen are not required. Here, for one innocent, and if Swamiji is just continuously abiding by the law, and an innocent person just to demonize Swamiji in the public, creating not just the whole lawfare, but the way we can see how the police are manhandling Swamiji, pushing him into the van, pulling him and dragging him in front of the public eye, just to demonize Swamiji in the public. For a person who has been completely abiding by the laws, and first, for a person who is innocent, second, abiding by the law, just to create confusion in the public, this is a way of causing a programmed confusion where the viewers will get confused to see a battalion of 600 police just for one sannyasi, one man who is abiding by the laws. This was just another big tactic to demonize in the eyes of the public, to demonize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was innocent, just to create a scene and just to create that kind of a confusion and panic amongst the disciples.
Just what you're sharing, just now the clipping to show. Swamiji is walking. Swamiji is walking, like normally Swamiji is walking from behind. Someone is just pushing Swamiji. There is no need for all those. It's just extremely painful I don't have words to describe this. I mean, it's total unjust, unfair.
And actually, Ma Bhatrika Swami, I can understand when you are telling what kind of a panic you all would have been through for those 36 hours of not knowing where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is, and not, first of all, being shown the way the lawfare happened, the way police are manhandling the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the whole thing. It was pushed to such an extent where the disciples had to file habeas corpus in the panic. They were panic-stricken, they were grief-stricken, and they were desperate to know, just to get confirmation, just with the hope that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is alive, just to know that basic information. And you were there when the habeas corpus was filed. In fact, if you would like to share more about how that part happened, where you all were panicking, how the whole arrest of the Supreme Pontiff had happened, how his life was at threat, how he was manhandled, how the mob, there was so much of continuously mob attacking, media violence, and police themselves were manhandling. Would you like to share what was the situation for all the disciples and all the devotees who were panicked and who were searching for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism?
Definitely, Ma. So, like I said, they took Swamiji away. They took him away to an undisclosed location, and 36 hours was a nightmare for us. We were just on the streets, not knowing where they had kept him, what had come to his body. We just had no clue. And the next day was supposed to be the anticipatory bail hearing, which had got illegally adjourned to the next day, if you remember. I just shared with you, right? So the next day dawned, and then we rushed to the court again. And they are bringing Swamiji for the bail hearing. From where, which location, we don't know. So here he is surrounded completely by them, and they've come for the bail hearing, and then the bail is granted, right? The moment the bail is granted, we are just eager to grab Swamiji and take him to safety. Then what happens? They tell us, again, there is a huge mob waiting outside. The place was just thronging, right? And they told us, we will take him and hand over Swamiji safely to you in the border so that you can take him and go. Right? And it was not even a situation where we could say a yes or no, right? So we could not even get near Swamiji. We could just stand and watch. And this is information that we were getting from one or two police personnel who were just there in the fringe of it, right? So then what happened? They took him again into the van. So then we started following the van. And the van, instead of going in the direction that they had told us they're going to take him and leave him with us, it went in the opposite direction. And that just ran chills down our spine, right? The van started heading towards Ramnagar, towards the DC magistrate office. And we were wondering, why would they take him? He's been given the bail. He's supposed to be handed over. He's supposed to go back home, right? But they took him back to the DC magistrate's office. And the Adinavasis were actually trying to follow the van very closely. And then what happened was, once the van entered the DC magistrate's office, they locked the gates on the face of the car that was following. And therefore, our Adinavasis could not enter. They were stuck outside. They begged, pleaded to be allowed inside. And by then, the roads were thronging with people. The media mafia, their vehicles were parked for 1 kilometer stretch leading up to the DC magistrate's office. And we had no clue what was going to happen to him inside. And then
I just want to reiterate what you're sharing. So what you're saying is, despite of getting the bail, which means legally, the police are supposed to give Swamiji back to us. Instead, they literally kidnapped Swamiji and took them to a different location altogether, which was followed by the media militant forces who are waiting to attack Swamiji. And you will not disclose what they were going to do to Swamiji. And the despite of all the devotees going and pleading along with the legal bail, means the court is ordered.
Yes.
So it's not even a question about justice or anything. Where are they even respecting the law here? That to a law-abiding citizen, Swamiji, they're first of all, they're just pushing. We can see in these video clips. These video clips are extremely painful. When Swamiji is walking, we can just clearly see from behind, they're just pushing. They're actually squeezing Swamiji's hand. Don't know whether they scratch Swamiji with their nails. No idea how much they would have pushed and tortured Swamiji. We can just see even in this clipping. And despite of the legal bail being there, this was what we got. This is something like unimaginable. The injustice, or I don't know what word to use, but understand, just for all of us, despite of this, just not even 1% of what Swamiji has gone through just for us. Oh Hindus, at least now let us all wake up. Understand, this is what is happening to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism itself. Now, out of his utmost compassion, his tyaga, the sacrifice, he, despite of going through all these, has come down again. Today, again, we are going to be having the live Nithyananda Satsangh directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus, just for us. Let us all get ready to receive the avatar. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out. Deeply and slowly. Out of the space of gratitude, where we realize the avatar has gone through so much, taken up everything on him, just for us. From this space of deep gratitude, let us all chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue to be in the deep meditative space of gratitude as we all prepare ourselves to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the direct audience with the avatar. Continue to sit straight as we all chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ விளையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம்போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழியோரன் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ விளையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம்போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழியோரன் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ விளையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம்போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழியோரன் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே
ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர என் பேரறிய உறவறிய தவத்துறவறிய உள்ளொன்று புறமொன்று பேசறிய உமை சிவன் போலே வேறறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 காலையும் மாலையும் கணக்கறிய நாளும் கோளும் நான் அறிய பாலையும் சோலையும் பிரித்தறிய பரம பரஞ்சோதி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ஐயா ஊனறிய உயிர் உடலறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சாமி உன்னது பொருளது கண்டறிய போகமும் மோகமும் கொண்டறிய ஆசை பேராசை அறிந்தறிய அம்பலமாடியை மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 ஐயா சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 ஆகம வேதங்கள் படித்தறிய ஆறு குளங்களில் குடித்தறிய யாகமும் யோகமும் செய்தறிய ஓமுகம் பார்த்து பணிந்தறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சும்மா ஒருபோது இருந்தறிய சுத்த அசுத்தங்கள் பார்த்தறிய ஆத்ம நிவேதன செய்தறிய அர்த்தநாரீசன் அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர ஹர சாமி ஏடறிய சொல் எழுத்தறிய ஏற்றமும் தாழ்வும் நான் அறிய வீடறிய குடும்பாடறிய சோமசுந்தரனம் மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 உணவறிய ஊரும் உணர்வறிய உள்யது வெளியது நான் அறிய கணவறிய மேல் நனவறிய கனக சபாவரி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 ஐயா சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 இரவறிய ஒரு பகலறிய இறப்பும் பிறப்பு நான் அறிய வரவறிய கை செலவறிய பரசிவ திருவடி மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சாமி சூதறிய கொடுவாதறிய சூத்திரம் சாத்திரம் நான் அறிய தீதறிய நன்மை சிறிதறிய திகம்பர தேசிகன் அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சிவ 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 ஹர ஹர சாமி வழியறிய கொண்ட வழியறிய பாவ புண்ணியம் நான் அறிய குலமறியேன் பிறர் நலமறிய நீத கண்டன மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 சுகமறிய துக்கமறிய சொந்தமும் பந்தமும் நான் அறிய அகமறிய சுத்த புறமறிய அருபெருஞ்சோதி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ஹர 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 ஐயா சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர யோகி ஐயா சிவ 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 அரகர சாமி தோப்பு ஐயா சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர 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 சிவ 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 அரகர
Nithyanandam. Om Paramashivamayam. With the divine grace of Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Shri Ganesha, Shri Valli Devasena Sameta Shri Subramanya Swami, Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, and Shri Chandikeshwara Swami, and with the auspicious blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, Kailasa's Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, Bididi, Bangalore, and all the Kailasa Sarvajnapeethas around the world, present to you the Guru Purnima Brahmotsava Patrike. O enlightened beings, descendants of the noble clans, students of the enlightening lifestyle, all the Hindu diaspora, welcome. Dhyana Moolam Guror Murti, Puja Moolam Gurov Padam, Mantra Moolam Guror Vakyam, Moksha Moolam Guror Krupa. At the root of dhyana is the form of the Guru. At the root of puja is the feet of the Guru. At the root of mantra is the word of the Guru. And at the root of all liberation is the grace of Guru. During the auspicious Nitya Yuga, Lavanama Samvatsara, Uttarayana, Lakshmi Venkateshwara Rito, Mithunamasa, Shukla Paksha, the Panchami Shubhatito, Guruvasara, Uttara Phalguni Nakshatra, Varian Yoga, Kaulava Karana, the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam will commence with the Dwajarohanam at Kailasa Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, Bididi, Bengaluru. Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam is a celebration of the ocean of knowledge transmitted from the Guru Sishya Parampara of Sanatana, the Hindu Dharma, that is being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji. The Guru-disciple relationship and the Guru Parampara is the core of Hinduism and is the core celebration of Hinduism. Swamiji says, "My Guru Parampara and all the tapas they did on themselves and onto me is the real asset, the wealth I have. The depth of the experience in the various traditions of Hinduism that His Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, was given to him by his gurus, and the dynamical outpouring of that experience that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has given to the world through Kailasa are both unparalleled phenomena. This 10-day Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam is a celebration of the Guru Parampara. Starting from the Yoga Sampradaya, the Vedanta Sampradaya, the Tantra Sampradaya, the Shaiva Siddhanta Sampradaya, the Aushadha Sampradaya, the Dvaita Sampradaya, the Paramashiva and the Paramashiva Sampradaya, the Shakta Sampradaya, and the Bhakti Sampradaya. We worship each of the Guru Parampara on these 10 days. With the auspicious grace of Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and our Sakshat Dandavat Pranams, Kailasa's Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam invites the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on this day, the 10th of July 2021, with the Mandakapadi, to officiate and bless the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, and we welcome all the living beings in all the 14 lokas to this grand celebration.
परमानन्दम् परमसुखदम्
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशम् तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलम् सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं गृह्णरहितम् तद्गुरुं तन्नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरु परम्पराम् ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रे निटिलकृत कस्तूरी तिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधार स्फुरित कटिकौपीनवसनः तथानो दुस्तारम् शिरसि फणिराजम् शशिकलाम् प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते परेणनाकम् निहितम् गुहायाम् विभ्राजते गद्यतयो विशन्ति
वेदान्तविज्ञानगुणितार्था सन्न्यासयोग जगय शुद्धतत्त्वाः
ते ब्रह्मलोके तु परान्तकाले परामृता परिमुच्यन्ति सर्वे तक्रन्ति पापम् परमेष्मभूतं यत्पुण्डरीकम् पुरमध्यसङ्गस्थम् तत्रापि तक्रम् गगनम् विशोकस्तस्मिन् निरन्तस्तदुपासितव्यम् यो वेदादो स्वरः प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परः स महेश्वरः परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार पार्वती सन्न्यपद विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे परमशिव करुणामधिगत मुक्तामय चतुराश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री छिन्न कालादि
ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिना अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रत कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र जनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासंविधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमत् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य अस्मान् ज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय धूर्वधूर्म तम धूर्वतयोस्मान् धूर्वति तम धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वमः ओम श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद शिवाय नमः धूमायामि ओम उद्दीप्तात वेदोपघ्नन्नररतं मम अशुतमह्यमावह जीवनं च मानुष वेद पुरुषं जगते अभिप्रदनाकः श्रियामा परिपाद्य दीपं दर्शयामि अथ निवेद्यम् ओम ते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतवय श्रावय स्वाहा ओम ह्रीं सर्वदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि ओम न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतो यमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरं करुणा
இறங்கினார் மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidar Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Kailasa's HN TV. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa. Listen. Your experience about you is conscious sovereignty. In reality, your experience about you is conscious sovereignty. Your prenatal, postnatal habits listen intensely. The conscious sovereignty is the core of your reality. Your prenatal, postnatal habits cannot bind you or chain you. Prenatal habits are called karmas. Postnatal habits are called patterns. Both together can be called as mind. Mind which chains you, binds you with your prenatal, postnatal patterns, habits, attitudes, karmas cannot bind you in reality. Listen. I am revealing the truth as it is. This is literally Nirvana Diksha. Truth as it is, without being clothed, dressed, or any makeup. Raw, straight, wild, real truth as it is. Your conscious sovereignty is your reality. Your prenatal patterns and habits and karmas, postnatal patterns and habits and karmas, nothing can actually bind you. Nothing can actually chain you. Understand? Your delusion, you are bound, itself is an illusion. I'll tell you. I'll give you one example. My Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara told me very clearly one statement. Kanna, பிரம்மாண்டத்துல இருக்கிறதாம்பா பிண்டாண்டத்துல இருக்கு. நீ தினம் பார்க்கிற ஜாக்கிரத் சொப்ன சுஷுப்தி இந்த 3 நிலைகளையும் புரிஞ்சதுனாலே 25 துரியாதீதம் வரைக்கும் முழுசா எல்லா நிலையும் புரிஞ்சிரும்பா, அனுபவம் ஆயிடும். I'll translate in English. He told me, whatever is in the cosmos, macrocosm, is in the microcosm. Whatever you go through in your deep sleep, dream and waking state, if you start understanding, you will realize all the 25 states up to Turyadita and experience. This is the formula, basic formula he gave me. Understand this formula. I'll give you more detailed, deeper revelations. When you wake up from a nightmare, you always feel bad for suffering those few seconds or minutes in the nightmare. Instead of celebrating, you are free from it. Same way, whenever you are out of delusion by a powerful cognition, celebrate. You are out of delusion due to powerful cognition. Don't try to repent, feel powerless, guilty about the delusion with which you suffered, listen, actually, in reality, delusion itself is because of your non-involvement, inactivity, withdrawal. When an elephant sleeps, even a wolf and fox will try to bite his leg. Listen. When an elephant sleeps, wolf and fox will try to bite his leg. When a lion is fast asleep, even wolves and foxes will try to eat the meat. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Because the lion is sleeping, wolves and foxes get the courage to come near the lion, try to eat the leftover meat. Because the elephant is sleeping, wolves and foxes will try to come and bite the feet of the elephant, try to take a bite. Because you are not involved with yourself, even your delusion is invited upon you. Listen. Why you have nightmare? Because you fell into the lower conscious identity. Your decision to fall into the lower conscious identity naturally invites nightmare in you. Your decision to wake up to the higher identity not only will throw away the nightmare, it can throw away all delusions, illusions. When you have delusions, illusions, sufferings, do not try to work on facts, figures, informations. Work on your identity. If you are having a nightmare, a tiger is chasing you, you are about to fall from a cliff below, lake filled with crocodiles, too many poisonous snakes. Don't try to get a gun and try to kill all the animals. Don't try to work with the scene. Stupidest, most foolish thing is trying to work with the scene before attending to your lower conscious identity. Even if you kill all the tigers, elephants, crocodiles, animals you are seeing in your nightmare, you will see new animals will be immediately replaced. Listen. Working on your conscious reality will wake up. your conscious sovereignty in you, that will solve millions of problems you are facing in your life, even in a very practical, strategic way. You always think, will my conscious sovereignty help me to strategize and win in my life? You think, oh, if I am awakened, achieve conscious sovereignty, I may leave all this and that way all my problems will be solved. But I wanted to play this game and very strategically, successfully. Hey, I am telling you, wake up to the higher conscious sovereignty. You will be amazingly strategic. Amazingly strategic. Successful. Extremely blissful. Declare your conscious sovereignty, supremacy over your prenatal, postnatal karmas and patterns, habits, attitudes. Everything you acquired before your birth, prenatal, after your birth, postnatal. Declare your conscious sovereignty, conscious supremacy over all that. All that. Prenatal, postnatal cannot bind you. Cannot bind you. How your nightmares cannot bind you. Even when you go through your nightmares, you are not really affected. Listen. In your nightmare, if you are seeing a snake biting you, a poisonous snake biting you, it's not that your body really gets poisoned and you die. No. All nightmare is designed ultimately to wake you up. All delusions are designed ultimately to enlighten you. Sani comes in your life, Rahu comes in your life only to wake you up to Guru and give you enlightenment. Understand? Even your delusion nothing more than you just slapping your face and waking yourself. How sometimes in the morning you wash your face and just slap yourself and wake you up. Or stretch your body, do yoga and make yourself fully awake. Same way, your delusions are designed to wake you up. Listen. Your realization of your conscious sovereignty will bring ultimate relationship between you and me. You know, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva. And with extreme oneness, how you love you, you will love me. Only a person who realizes his conscious sovereignty, his relationship with me, it will be eternal. I trust only that relationship. This is the chastity of your soul, consciousness. This Guru Purnima, I give you all the gift, establishing relationship between you and me, conscious sovereignty centered. You are conscious sovereign being, Paramashiva. And I am Paramashiva, you are Paramashiva. How you love you, same way you love me. How I love me, same way I love you. We both love ourselves and each other in oneness. I give you all this sweet gift of conscious sovereignty centered relationship between you and me as Guru Purnima Prasada. From today, I'll help you all till Guru Purnima to align the conscious sovereignty centered relationship. See, if we had our relationship diluted, deluded, in course of time, little greed, little fear, that your greed, you want some boon from me, your fear, you want me to save you from some problems. If all that got added, nothing wrong, you don't need to worry about it. It is just a small delusions. But now let us revive, re-establish our relationship, conscious sovereignty centered. Understand? Many times my disciples come and tell me, you all the time train only me, find only faults on me. See, the other person is also having the same problem, but you don't tell anything to them. Listen. When I am correcting you, working on you, cleaning your patterns, how do you expect I will not do the same on the other person also? I do it when you don't see, or the way you can't see. But with each one I am working to evolve our relationship, conscious sovereignty based. Understand? The truths I am talking today is the pure Nirvana Diksha. Listen carefully. Your reality means Jiva Tattva, Jiva Satya. Your existence's reality is conscious sovereignty. And with that same realization, you are a conscious sovereign being. Relating with Paramashiva is the love centered on oneness. Paramadvaita Bhakti. You know, you are conscious sovereign being and your Guru is conscious sovereign being. As you love you, you love your Guru. It is due to the oneness you feel with your Guru, you love him deeply. Jiva relating with Ishvara should be through this Paramadvaita Bhakti. Ultimate oneness centered Bhakti. First. Second, your Jiva, soul, which declares conscious sovereignty over this Jagat world, manifests most powerful existence and life, Ishwaratva, over this whole existence. That is the core principle, truth, from which all power manifestation happens. So understand, you declaring your conscious sovereignty is jnana, knowledge of the truth. Yukti, powerful yukti, and buddhi, powerful knowledge. You, with that same realization of conscious sovereignty, in love with Paramatma, Parabrahma, Parandama, Paramashiva, Paramburul, the Guru, who gives you this knowledge, having oneness and love with that being, is Parama Bhakti, the ultimate Bhakti. You declaring your conscious sovereignty over this Jagat is Parama Shakti, ultimate power. Listen. You declaring conscious sovereignty, realizing that as a reality, deciding to live it, is Buddhi, the greatest Parama Buddhi. You, with that same realization of conscious sovereignty, connecting with your Guru, loving him as you love you, because you are also Paramashiva, he is also Paramashiva. In that oneness, loving him is Parama Bhakti. You declaring your conscious sovereignty within you and conscious supremacy over this Jagat is Parama Shakti, power manifestation. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, these three, when it becomes centered on conscious sovereignty, you are Paramashiva. Listen. Even now you are Paramashiva. Realizing it is the Parama Yukti, ultimate truth and strategy for life. I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. including your brain, everything gets newly recreated. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities. To clean the collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale throbhava. Delusion in the pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all this deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. I tell you, listen carefully. When Krishna declares his state, space, powers, being, how he is, and his conscious sovereignty, whoever listened to him reached the Parandama, Vaikunta, his space. At the same time, Shishubala was trying to portray, describe how Krishna is. Whoever listened to Shishubala lived in Shishubala's space and got destroyed. When I declare about me, my state, my space, my being, my consciousness, if you connect with that, you will enjoy Kailasa and the ultimate space, conscious sovereignty I am manifesting. Instead, if you try to do independent research, independent investigation, the druggies, rapists, devil worshippers, racists, this gang, how they try to portray me, describe me, like how Shishubala, Saguni, all of them try to describe Krishna. Same way, these culinaries, rapists, child rapists, druggies, devil worshippers, when this gang try to describe me, abuse me, and if you listen to them, their words, you will be in their space and get destroyed. You will become druggy, you will become them and get destroyed. Because with whom you relate and connect, whose words you decide to believe, you get there by energy. That is why I again and again tell you, if you are doing your independent investigation based on the opinions of the druggies, child rapists, racists, criminals, culinaries, and devil worshippers, you will only reach their space, rot and die in their space. Listen. That is why it is important to connect with how Krishna introduces himself, not how Shaguni or Shishubala introduces Krishna. Listen. Intensely, consciously, ferociously decide to work on your conscious sovereignty. It's extremely exciting, fresh, alive experience of beautiful sunrise. Conscious sovereignty is the beautiful sunrise. I tell you, if you don't have a good friends to inspire you, don't talk to anyone, don't spend time with anyone, just spend time with my satsangs. That's the best friend you can have for yourself to enlighten you. Wrong friends will destroy your life. All those people who tell you, you should do your own independent investigation, they will put their shit on your mouth. They'll nicely cook it. It may even feel tasty sometimes, spicy. Only when it goes inside you will realize the impact of it. Understand? Falling into the delusion is not wrong, but not coming out is wrong. Falling into the delusion is not wrong, but not coming out is wrong. If any fear or greed knowingly or unknowingly entered between guru-disciple relationship, now is the time purifying it, rejuvenating it, pulling out of delusion and liberating yourself, getting back, aligning to conscious sovereignty centered relationship. Conscious sovereignty centric relationship. Conscious sovereignty centric buddhi, bhakti, shakti. Conscious sovereignty centric buddhi, bhakti, shakti. I tell you, have right friends who inspire your conscious sovereignty, enlightenment, and right Guru Bhakti. If you don't have that kind of friends, better don't relate with them. Don't relate with anyone. Just spend time with yourself, watching my satsang, reading my books. That will inspire you, raise you to experience conscious sovereignty. I tell you. This deluge, pralaya, brings many delusions. Lies looks like facts. See, when you are boiling with insecurity, any person giving you any information which may look like a fact, you will take that as a truth and make stupid decisions. Like this Shishubala and Saguni, when they abuse Krishna, they always get some facts, some figures, some ideas as a evidence for them. Twisted, misrepresented, manipulated. When you are boiling in hatred, you simply swallow the shit supplied to you by Shishubala and Saguni. And his gang. Shishubala Saguni gang. Description about Krishna will destroy your life and you will be destroying others' life. Go to Krishna's version about himself. That will liberate you and you will be liberating others. Listen to this satsang intensely. This conscious sovereignty centered buddhi, bhakti, shakti, yukti, strategies. These are the best things you can manifest in your life. This Guru Purnima gift for all of you from me is this conscious sovereignty centered buddhi, shakti, bhakti, yukti as a gift. As a gift. Bring your relationship with the Guru conscious sovereignty centered. He will take care of everything else. He will give you the buddhi to experience you as a conscious sovereign being. He will give you shakti to declare your conscious supremacy over this jagat. With a conscious sovereignty. He will give you yukti. Conscious sovereignty life strategies. Understand? Even morning waking up and doing yoga is a strategy for conscious sovereignty. Doing puja is the strategy for the conscious sovereignty. Eating vegetarian food is a strategy for conscious sovereignty. He will give you all the best yuktis. Guru will give you all the best yuktis for conscious sovereignty. The Madeleine Portuguese is writing a message. What an incredible satsang. This is exactly what I needed to hear today. Thank you, Swamiji. Hey, listen. This is exactly what the whole world need to hear. Whole world need to listen. I am talking to each one of you. Whether you are my sweet, deep feeling connected disciple or very deeply connected, but very shy to express the devotion. Like Maitrik Patel, very deeply connected, but very shy. Or deeply connected, but reluctant warrior. Like Anusha Kodali, very deeply connected, but reluctant warrior. Oh, I don't know whether I will miss this, I will miss that. Oh, I don't know how I will feel about it. Oh, I don't know. After going to Kailas, what will be my feeling? Will I be able to sustain? Will I be able to do this? Will I be able to do that? Will I? This is what I call reluctant warriors. Whatever may be the state or space you are in, I tell you, you all need to listen to this truth today. See, I have some of my balasans, extremely devoted. When I walk, they will come behind me, just following my footsteps. But if there is a need to protect me, defend me, they will just jump in front of me, ready to give even their own life to protect me. I tell you. Some of the most beautiful Tyagis have come down with me from Kailasa. They have come down from Kailasa. You will see their manifestations, how they manifest themselves and hold themselves. You will see now when Kailasa is open to all of you, and when you are all able to come and have the experience of Kailasa physically. That kind of a highly dedicated Tyagi disciples, from that level to people who just got connected yesterday's Satsangh and feel this guy is talking something with the sense. It is not that as the troll boys, the troll videos and memes guys abuse him. See, many times, trolls and memes guys, they think they can abuse me and try to put some music and edit, cut and twist, manipulate my words and try to spread. But you know, funny thing, I'll give you the statistics. There are millions of people who saw troll video, memes, abusive videos first and then Googled about me, saw the satsang and got connected and became devotees. But we don't have a single person who was a devotee and saw the troll video or memes video and lost the devotion, left me. See the whole scene. So those fools, trolls, abusers, all of them, not only all their efforts are waste, indirectly it is helping my mission. Even though they don't want to help, their intention is no way helping my mission, but the final result is helping my mission. That's the way it is ending. That's the way it is happening. So listen, whether somebody who got connected just yesterday or a great Tyagi, you may be any level disciple. You need to hear this truth. Whole world need to hear this truth of conscious sovereignty. Listen. So many people trolled, distorted, abused my statement about that me talking to me. Actually, if you see the original video, you will understand this is the Paramadvaita, the ultimate Advaitic statement. Cosmic me, Paramashiva, manifesting in this as me, talking to all of you who are experiencing me in you. All of you experience you as me. That me in you and the me in me and cosmic me, all three are made of same substance called consciousness. Because I have realized cosmic me, individual me, and the me in you, all three are one and the same. I love cosmic me, the me in you, as me in me. And that me talking through this me to the me in all of you. So many people trolled. I think this is a super hit troll video. But many people who got little curious, triggered, something seems to be like making sense. Why is he telling what he is telling? Let me just Google. Whoever Googled and started seeing more satsangs, they all got connected. They all got connected. I tell you, the truth you need to hear now is conscious sovereignty. The truth you need to meditate now is conscious sovereignty. Hold this in your being. Meditate on it intensely. Wherever you are, you will manifest me. Wherever you are, you will manifest Paramashiva. I am here to give you this bliss, this conscious sovereignty, the ultimate freedom. Especially when you start manifesting one or two powers from your conscious sovereignty, you will get so much strength and confidence on you. About the conscious sovereignty, you will understand what I am doing, my mission. Listen. Every breath I am taking, manifesting as words, is initiation to give you conscious sovereignty. Every movement I am doing is a sweet hug, Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, initiating all of you through Sparshadiksha, giving you conscious sovereignty. Everything I do is to make you experience conscious sovereignty. Realize conscious sovereignty. I tell you. Especially you are going through the third 7. See, first 7 year, second 7 year, third 7 year, fourth 7 year. This third 7 year and fourth 7 year means age 14 to 21 and 21 to 28. This two is the most important period of your life. If you are between 14 to 28 and you withstood this pralaya and stayed back with me, I guarantee you are enlightened. I will manifest conscious sovereignty in all its dimension in you. Because that is the time internally and externally so much turbulence happens. If you are between 14 and 28 and stayed in Kailasa, means, you see, if you have come already into the Kailasa and stayed with me, you won the game. If you have not come at all, but connected as a devotee and stayed as a devotee, continuing as a devotee, and then also again you won the game. Both team never came, but wanting to come, never broke the integrity. You won the Kailasa, you won the game. Came, withstood all this turbulence and pralaya and stayed. You won the game. This is the most crucial time, this 14 to 28, to build the conscious sovereignty. The hormones, chemicals, everything. The way it churns inside, outside. The way you feel about you, because of that, the way you feel about Guru and others. conscious sovereignty is the truth. You should digest, internalize, hold, build buddhi, bhakti, shakti, yukti out of this powerful truth, conscious sovereignty. It's the ultimate freedom and ultimate enlightenment. Sit now, your head, neck, spine straight. No need to close your eyes. Keep your eyes open intensely, seeing me through all your three eyes. I'll give you Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada to experience conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty.
கருணார்ணவமாய் கருதக்கதினல்கும் அருணாச்சல சிவமீதா தலம் அருணாச்சலம் தலம் யாவிலும் அதிகம் அது பூமியின் இதயம் அறி அதுவே சிவன் இதய பதியாமொரு மருமத்தலம் பதியாமவன் அதிலே பதிவானொளி மலையாய் நிதம் அருணாச்சலம் எனவே அருணாச்சல பேரற்புதலிங்கத்துருக்குள் ஆதிநாள் மார்கழியில் ஆதிரை
அஜோதி எழும் ஈசனை மால் முன்னமரர் ஏற்றி வழிபட்ட நாள் மாசி சிவராத்திரி அம்மற்று உருவாயும் மொழி மங்குகிரியாக தங்களருளால் உலகம் தாங்குவதற்கன்றி இங்குறைவன் சித்தனென என்றும் எனதுள்ளே பொங்கி ஒளிரும் புகைப்பல் போகமொடு என்றுள்ளே எல்லா உலகும் தகையவியலால் புல்லாவினைகள் குணமாம் புகலீது இல்லாததுவாம் எது கண்ணுறலால் எல்லாரருணாச்சலமாம் இதுவே எல்லாரருணாச்சலமாம் இதுவே தெரியல்லை உற்று கண்ணுற்றால் கருத்தினால் தூர கருதினாலுமே வருத்தமுறாது வராத வேதாந்த அறுத்த விஞ்ஞானம் ஆர்க்கும் உண்டாமே அறுத்த விஞ்ஞானம் ஆர்க்கும் உண்டாமே யோசனை மூன்றாம் இத்தலவாசற்கு ஆசருதி கையாதியின்றியுமின் பாசமில் சாயுச்சியம் பயக்கும் ஈசனம் என்றன் ஆணையினானே ஈசனாம் என்றன் ஆணையினானே
இருப்பிடம் இத்தலம் தான் ஒன்றுவார் பிறப்பின்னாமுன் உண்மையை பன்னோய் துண்ணி ஒன்றுராது மொழியும் தீயோர் முரணொரு கணத்தின் கங்கி குன்றுரு அருளை ஈசன் கோபமெந்தழல் விழாதே குன்றுரு அருளை ஈசன் கோபமெந்தழல் விழாதே குன்றுரு அருளை ஈசன் கோபமெந்தழல் விழாதே
எல்லையின் கூத்தனே நடராஜா நீ எல்லையில்லாதவன் நடராஜா அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா எல்லையின் கூத்தனே நடராஜா நீ எல்லையில்லாதவன் நடராஜா அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா இசையின் இசையிலே இசைந்து அசைவது மட்டுமா நடனம் இசைக்கா இசையிலும் இசையினை இசைக்கிற அசை உள்ள ஆட்டமும் நடனம் தாம் தாங்கும் தாளத்தில் தகதி மிகதியினில் ஆடுதல் மட்டுமா நடனம். அடிக்கிற பறையினில் இடிக்கிற இசையினில் துடிக்கிற துள்ளலும் நடனம். பிள்ளையின் கூட்டன நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவ நடராஜா. சபையினில் காட்டுதல் மட்டுமா நடனம். நாட்டினை விட்டவர் காட்டினை தேடையில் காட்டிடும் ஆட்டமும் நடனம். மார்கழி மாதத்தில் கானக சபையினில் ஆடுதல் மட்டுமா நடனம். ஆடியில் ஆடிடும் ஆலயம் கூடிடும் ஆனந்த ஆட்டமும் நடனம். சிகு சிகு உடையினில் விறு விறு நடையினில் அடிக்கிற கூத்தா நடனம். கிங்கினி ஓசையில் பொங்கிடும் ஆசையில் வந்திடும் ஆட்டமே நடனம். பிள்ளையின் கூத்தனை நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவன் நடராஜா. அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா. பிள்ளையின் கூத்தனை நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவன் நடராஜா. அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா. பிள்ளையின் கூத்தனே நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவன் நடராஜா. அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா. பிள்ளையின் கூத்தனே நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவன் நடராஜா. அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா. இசையின் இசையிலே இசைந்து அசைவது மட்டுமா நடனம். இசைக்கா இசையிலும் இசையினை இசைக்கிற அசை உள்ள ஆட்டமும் நடனம். தாங்கும் தாளத்தில் தகதி மிகதியினில் ஆடுதல் மட்டுமா நடனம். அடிக்கிற பறையினில் இடிக்கிற இசையினில் துடிக்கிற துள்ளலும் நடனம். பிள்ளையின் கூட்டன நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவ நடராஜா. சபையினில் காட்டுதல் மட்டுமா நடனம். நாட்டினை விட்டவர் காட்டினை தேடையில் காட்டிடும் ஆட்டமும் நடனம். மார்கழி மாதத்தில் கானக சபையினில் ஆடுதல் மட்டுமா நடனம். ஆடியில் ஆடிடும் ஆலயம் கூடிடும் ஆனந்த ஆட்டமும் நடனம். சிகு சிகு உடையினில் விறு விறு நடையினில் அடிக்கிற கூத்தா நடனம். கிங்கினி ஓசையில் பொங்கிடும் ஆசையில் வந்திடும் ஆட்டமே நடனம். பிள்ளையின் கூத்தனை நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவன் நடராஜா. அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா. பிள்ளையின் கூத்தனை நடராஜா நீ எல்லை இல்லாதவன் நடராஜா. அணுவிலே அசைந்திடும் நடராஜா நீ அனைத்திலும் ஆடிடும் நடராஜா. सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धना मृत्योर्मोक्षे मावृता ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धना मृत्योर्मोक्षे मावृता शिव शम्भु हे महेश्वर দেবাদিদেব ত্রিলোকেশ্বর তুমি আদি হে অনন্ত জটাধারী নীলকণ্ঠ তুমি প্রলয় তুমি সৃষ্টি ত্রিনয়নে কৃপা দৃষ্টি তুমি ত্রাতা তুমি দাতা তুমি মুক্তি হে বিধাতা ওম নমঃ শিবায় গঙ্গে নিয়ে ভস্য সারা অঙ্গে কর পালন নেত্রীভুবন তব অপার লীলা রঙ্গে ধরো ত্রিশূল নে হস্তে আনো শান্তি শুভ চিত্তে তুমি ত্রাতা তুমি দাতা তুমি মুক্তি হে বিধাতা ওম নমঃ শিবায় 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 ওম ত্র্যম্বকং যজামহে सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धना मृत्योर्मोक्षे मावृता ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धना मृत्योर्मोक्षे मावृता ॐ नमः शिवाय
माझ्या पेरतीची शपथ हाय तुला मायभूमीची मरणाशी सर्वत लावून नशान डोंगर दर्यामंदी तुफान बेवान नाच करू रणाच्या भयानक तालामंदी बघ तुझी व शिवबाच्या पायावरी मावळा आम्ही तो आमचा मल्हारी मावळा आम्ही तो आमचा मल्हारी मावळा आम्ही तो आमचा मल्हारी 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 शिवबा आमचा मल्हारी 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 शिवबा आमचा मल्हारी शिवबा आमचा मल्हारी शिवबा आमचा मल्हारी गनिम असू दे काळ नाग जहरी नाचू थैथया त्याच्या डोसक्यावरी पोलादी मुठीनं दुश्मनाच पोलादी टाचन तुटवून सौराज्य सद्गुराव राज्या परी शिवाचं आमचा मल्हारी शिवाचं आमचा मल्हारी शिवाचं आमचा मल्हारी 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 शिवबा आमचा मल्हारी 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 शिवबा आमचा मल्हारी
கலியுகத்த காக்க வந்த நித்யானந்த சாமி அவரே அவதரிச்ச இந்த நாள உலகமெல்லாம் கூடி மேளதாளம் முழங்க கச்சேரி வச்சு ஆனந்தமா போற்றி பாடி கொண்டாடுங்கடி
I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva, Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness. And Kailasa of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्यो
guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan has given us the definition for what is power manifestation. Becoming alive, the cognitive shift from the space we are as a body and mind to conscious sovereignty. The superconscious space that we can experience is power manifestation. It is a science. That is why Bhagavan has given as such beautiful pramanas, the evidences that it is a science. It is repeatable and achievable for each one of us. As long as we are a being, we can experience this consciousness. Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences from Shastras, the scriptures, Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas, Apta Pramana, experience and the results of the Aptas. Who are the Aptas? The Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayamas, Alvars, Siddhas. All of them are authority of Hinduism. Millions of people have manifested the superconscious space and experienced the oneness with Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Bhagavan has beautifully manifested all the powers, showing us how a human can have a superconscious breakthrough, how to experience the conscious sovereignty in each action, words and thoughts, and beautifully aligning to the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully said, every movement of the breath of me is an initiation. Every movement of me is a hug for you. How extraordinary that He is happening for us in every Kailash courtyard, for us to raise to our superconscious space and manifest the reality in physical form. Bhagavan beautifully says, if you have manifested anything, you should see it in this reality. Even in a dream, you see something. If you come back and that whole thing is there, then you have really manifested the superconscious space. For each one of us to understand that we are superconscious, we are in the conscious sovereignty with Paramashiva, that experience as our reality is science of our manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study, measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state, the thoughtlessness when we are in deep oneness, completely lost ourselves in the oneness space of Paramashiva, becoming the one, becoming the beautiful Bhagavan, how he says we can experience the ultimate conscious sovereignty and simply manifest any reality that we want into the quantum entanglement space that he is giving us as our reality. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. This is for the scriptural reference for the length dimensions, all the 11 dimensions that we need to understand. And he said so beautifully that how you can understand your deep sleep, your dream state, all that you experience every day. If you understand with a higher reality, you will understand all the dimensions so beautifully. Here, the scriptural reference from Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Bhagavan has beautifully spoken on each and every sutra and told us very clearly, each sutra can be a religion. It's so powerful, can just transform anything into consciousness. Here, he gives in the sutra 1.19, Shakti Sandhane Shariro Patihi. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, the embodiment of that which is cognized and willed, then at the very moment, at once, you manifest all the dimensions. How the small animals, ants, and creatures only can see a couple of dimensions. They cannot understand the higher dimensions. That is why they are not building skyscrapers. All they know is 2 dimensions and they don't know much of the other dimensions. That's why they struggle. A bee, when it goes up, it doesn't know, even if you cover the bee with a hole at the bottom, it doesn't know and it'll keep trying to go up and completely die because it doesn't know how to come out. It knows only one direction. And all these are our limitation that we struggle in life, not knowing completely there is a beautiful way to experience the higher superconscious reality. That is what Bhagavan says. The delusion that we created, that we assumed to learn the science, but we got caught into that and forgetting ourselves. Beautifully, how Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he was in the Devi temple. When he was asked to take over the Devi temple, he took over the Devi temple. He was a priest, very much in a village person. He doesn't know read and write, nothing he knows. And the way he started relating to Devi was completely different. And all of them went and complained that this is not the ritual which is happening, and Devi temple doesn't follow any of the rituals, nothing there. And the Rani's son-in-law, who was taking care of the whole temple, wanted to hide and see what actually he does. Like Kannappa Nayanar, he was talking to Devi in such a way that the stone started melting. He was in such a oneness space, in the Advaitic space, quantum entanglement space, that Paramashiva space, Parashakti space. Simply the stone started melting. Even he could wear the bangles for the hand, and Devi showed her hand, and Devi is a stone, but she showed her hand. And he fed the Devi, and Devi took the food inside when he fed the Devi. So seeing all this, he said to everybody, if the stone can melt, why not me? That is the space of Advaita that Bhagavan says, conscious sovereignty that he was in, that completely melted that how we exist, beyond that how we can exist in oneness with Paramashiva. All the beautiful space that Bhagavan has created for each one of us to melt into that space and forget our delusion, all our incompletion is just a screen. And will that help me in manifesting my reality? That is why Janaka says, even things were getting burned down in his palace, nothing affected him. He was like a screen projecting the whole movie. Either you can be disturbed by the movie or be the screen which is undisturbed, which can keep on projecting any number of movies. Janaka, the emperor, he was an emperor. He was not just a grahastha, but an emperor. And father of Sita, Devi herself. And he said so beautifully, as you sadhus go to Sukacharya, he says in Srimad Bhagavatam, how he goes for a begging bowl and receives some dakshana, donations. The same way I manifest this, whatever I am supposed to do, my karma, I am here to just enact the role, but nothing touches me. I am here to just follow the instruction from Paramashiva, but nothing touches me. Same thing Arjuna understood, that he was in complete oneness when he understood that the shooting the arrow made no sense, but he said, I am a Kshatriya, let me do what I need to do. And Krishna simply manifested all the reality. When you understand that nothing in your life touches you and everything is auspicious, which is happening, the abundance, the love, the beautiful relationship, the beautiful, all the wealth, health, happiness is just a happening in our life continuously. If you are like a screen that Bhagavan says, even 48 hours he says, you will be enlightened. If you understand you are in oneness with Paramashiva, then everything flows through you 100%. But if you cover, like you can have a beautiful system, but if you cover the main part, then nothing can flow and you are struggling. All that needs to be done is just surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet and experience the conscious sovereignty, and Bhagavan will raise us in every action into the ultimate space of oneness, manifesting our life to the extreme possibility. He is waiting to manifest. It's like Bhagavan beautifully says how we are all Brahmanya Prahuputratam. The whole cosmos is showering on us and saying, you are the next prince and princess, and we don't listen to that. We are struggling and thinking that we can achieve something. But he's saying, hey, you are the prince and princess, that you can manifest any of the reality that you want. Here, you are the owner of the whole kingdom. And if we allow Paramashiva to manifest, he is going to manifest everything and much beyond as our reality. And that is the best strategic that Bhagavan beautifully says, how conscious sovereignty is the buddhi, how we can hold that cognition, and that forms as the bhakti, melting away into the oneness and Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, and having that clarity brings us into the space of manifesting our reality and giving us the strategies. The thinking itself is given by him to manifest the right action, right words, right thought at the right time. Beautifully, Bhagavan has given us the ultimate science of power manifestation. That is our very own life. Each of us experiencing that as our reality becomes the ultimate sense of manifestation. Prahalada, as a child, understood the science. He was such a beautiful space. He could have chosen that my father is a king, I'll be an emperor, I will decide to be an emperor. He could have decided, but he chose that Vishnu is his ultimate, Krishna is his ultimate, Parandama has his ultimate. When he chose that, what did he achieve? If he has chosen a prince, he would be sitting as a king and ruling just like his father, hurting the humanity and destroying. But he chose Krishna. What happened? Parandama, literally wherever he showed the finger, and he was so small that he was showing his little finger to the pillar, and the pillar opened up and he got the darshan of Narsimha, the Lord of Lords, who appeared in the form, the avatar, manifested an avatar out of a pillar. Immediately, instantaneously, and Vishnu had to take an avatar just for a small child. And he was not violent, he was ferociousness. He did a surgery on his father. So he understood. He was in such a compassion that his father is going to get killed by all his obsessive, compulsive, reactionary pattern. And here Bhagavan is coming and taking it out. And he asked first boon is to bring back his father. And he was in such a oneness space. He smiled as Narsimha. He did not get scared. He said, how can anybody get scared with you? You are so compassionate. In such a sweet boy, seeing such a ferocious animal, half man, and with a sound and all that coming out of pillar, he was only understanding from the conscious space, the conscious sovereignty manifested as an avatar, as reality. Such a powerful space, Prahlada, with his innocence and integrity, he manifested the ultimate reality. Bhagavan has beautifully spoken in Atma Pramana to make us understand the ultimate truth. Tyaga, your higher definition as your reality.
Bhagavan himself narrates.
Ferociousness. I still remember Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me one copper coin in which Arunachaleshwara's form was printed. I was keeping it and worshipping it. It was very near and dear for me. One day, one of my classmates, he was given a chocolate by another friend and he said, no, I don't want chocolate. Instead, if you give me that money, I'll be happy. The friend asked, what you are going to do with that money? He said, near my house, somebody is building a temple. I have decided that till the temple is completed, I will not eat chocolate and I will collect all the money and give it to the temple to complete that construction. Even if he collects everything, he may give some 10 bricks, not more than that. But his way of tyaga, I was so happy I gave this dollar to him, which I was worshipping for quite a long time. And after a few hours, I came back to temple to meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I told him that I did this. He was so happy. He said, learn to respect Shraddha. That time he did not use the word Tyaga, he used the word Shraddha. I can say both different words, but ultimately same experience. See, that friend may contribute only 10 bricks. Even if he saves all the money he eats as chocolate, it may come maximum 50 rupee to 100 rupee. With that 50 to 100 rupee, he may contribute some 10 bricks or, I don't know, 20 bricks, less than 10, 20 bricks. But his ferociousness, more than the contribution he does to temple, his heart will become temple.
So beautiful. Bhagavan has told what happens when we have Tyaga, the higher identity. Integrity to our higher identity is Tyaga, not giving up anything else. We giving up the delusion and holding the highest reality. Here you can have the Shakshi Pramana.
Asked me to ask general knowledge questions. So I said, who is the 4th president of US? And she was seeing, and she actually came to the last name very quickly. She said Madison. She actually didn't know how to spell. I mean, she spelled it Madison. And the first name also, she said it starts with J and A. And she missed M, but she said ES. So it was really surprising. We didn't know. We had to search and we had to confirm it later on.
Beautifully, you can see how the Balasans in the courtyard, not only they were able to manifest the powers, they were able to download. When we put the Balasans on the stage, that's what Bhagavan said, they have come down for each of the avatar, whether it is Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharshi, all of the avatar, bring down all the great avatars and all the great Brahma Yogis with them. It is not just them, but all of them who come down with them is such a scene to be seen. And even Vivekananda, who's a great Brahma Yogi who has come down. Sudama, again, is a Brahma Rishi. All of them who have come down with the avatars to showcase their Tyaga, the ultimate oneness. Other than Paramashiva, they don't have a context, the thought or action in their life. Living like that is the ultimate space that you can cherish. Each one of you have raised, Bhagavan has brought 7 crore people before him, with him, after him, he said once. Such a large number of us have come down this time to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. manifesting all these powers open up our real dimension to us. When Vivekananda understood in 6 years what Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, awakening him to who he is, simply made him the ultimate reality. Bhagavan is waking us through all this power manifestation to make us realize who we are. Each one of us, gods and goddesses sitting here in this beautiful space of oneness to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. If you have a pen and paper, that's wonderful. If you have the Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temples. If you have camera, download a timestamp and record the whole thing. You see, Kailash Kotiyar Manifesting Power page has lots and lots of beautiful sharing. And what is sharing different from other sharing? When you see a painting which is drawn by a mad person, you fall into the madness itself. That is the scientific research. When you see all these power manifestation videos, because they're entangling Paramashiva in the oneness space, quantum entanglement, you also start becoming in that space. The more you watch, the more you manifest the ultimate reality, because you are mirroring neuron catches the highest reality. The oneness capsules and all these great signs Bhagavan has given to make us manifest the ultimate reality, recognizing who we are and showcasing the divine space that who we exist at your original conscious sovereignty centric space. Now, guidelines, let's go to the power manifestation, the deep meditative space already that we are in. So take some random questions that you always wanted an answer which you have no idea, and write down these questions. If you have a partner, that's wonderful. Otherwise, write down these questions. And just through your third eye, do not use any of these logic. No mind, no thoughts allowed in this session. Mind is simply to put you, how it puts you in the deep sleep, wakes you up and puts you in the dream state. That is all the mind's work, not to give you thoughts. That is the delusion. Completely switch off the thoughts. Tell very clearly, Paramashiva is my time now. If you're talking to Bhagavan, what would you do? If you're on the phone call with Bhagavan, will you have any other thoughts? No. Same way you are in conversation with Paramashiva when you're manifesting these powers. So do not allow any of the thoughts, and only whatever answer he gives, keep on writing. Don't have self-doubt. Oh, this is my general problem that I'm writing down. No. Just keep writing down. Suddenly you'll start shifting and writing the correct answers. Even if you don't know, keep writing and you will see all the answers exactly matching how Paramashiva has given. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line for the Kundalini to raise to the Agnya and manifest as Paramashiva. Now clearly have the beautiful vision of Bhagavan. Just now we had the verbalization, Bhagavan Satsangh. Keep on running over the words that he said and keep on running over the visual, that smile, that initiation, the hug, the love, the compassion, the grace, and different things. Just go on that beautiful space and absolute unclutching from everything that you know as your identity. Anything comes up, just surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. All we know is unclutching, surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet again and again and again. Only do the Tyaga for a few minutes. I am Paramashiva. I have nothing other than Paramashiva in me. Declare yourself. Sit in Shaktipada, the Bhava, with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Sit down as Paramashiva, Para Shakti, so ferociously, like how Prahlada was so sure he can create an avatar just at the blink of his eye, just moving his finger and saying, here, Avatar comes, Narsimha comes for you. Such a powerful space. Sit like that and continuously chant the Mahavakya to merge into the oneness with Paramashiva, entangling with Paramashiva in the deep oneness space, manifesting all the dimensions as your reality. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya and note down whatever Paramashiva reveals. At the end of the cycle, we will verify everything. So continuously get into the deep meditative space of experiencing the oneness, the quantum entanglement, the Paramashiva space beautifully. And let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
So beautiful, the first cycle. Whatever you have now got it, make sure you authentically verify the details. I am feeling extremely in oneness. That's beautiful, but you verifying that makes you understand that something beyond the thinking, the mind, when it's in the lower frequency, creates only matter. That is your body. When the mind in higher frequency, when you're in deep meditation, creates reality. So your reality should match how you can manifest something beyond your five senses. If you understand that mind can simply manifest as your reality, you will be continuously in the higher frequency to materialize all the great strategies in your life. Bhagavan beautifully says conscious sovereignty is the beautiful space of bhakti, yukti, and shakti, and manifest as the beautiful strategies of your life, manifesting all the greatest truth, the buddhi. The buddhi becomes the manifestation of your reality. So please verify all these details thoroughly, authentically, that there is something that mind could also do. It's in the lower frequency, it can only generate matter, which is your body, which reacts with the mind and mind reacts with it. But in the higher frequency, when you are in the Paramashiva space, manifest higher reality, that it can just manifest anything from thin air to materialize as your reality, auspiciousness, abundance, and all the reality. And this is a beautiful challenge for our mind to showcase, hey, see, without any of your involvement of five senses, I am manifesting something beyond that. And here is the result. When we confirm with the mind, hey, I have done it, that proves to you that you are Paramashiva, not just the body and that five senses that you know, but something beyond that. You are Paramashiva. You can just download any information from anywhere. Length is the verbalization, the matter, the earth element. Breath is the liquid, water element. Depth is the fire. That is why Guru is the depth fire who transformed the water into the steam, the air, the time element. You become beyond the time and space when you start manifesting the depth dimension. All these great truths, when we understand from a higher frequency, it's completely different. When we are in chaos, we understand everything as matter. But when we are in pure oneness, we understand the same thing in much higher way, higher possibility that we are, and manifest our reality is what we came down here to. The Kailasa in us starts opening up. So we'll have one more cycle. Surrender everything to Paramashiva, everything, and completely hold your mind in the conscious sovereignty, oneness with Paramashiva. The Parama Advaita space that Bhagavan says, quantum entanglement. Each one of us is the higher frequency we are. And coming down to as body and as a mind, what we understand is the lower frequency of it. When the mind raises to higher frequency, it starts manifesting the true reality who we are, the Paramashiva, Para, Shakti space. Each one of us are gods and goddesses sitting here in the Parama Advaita space with Bhagavan. How Ramakrishna Paramahamsar was able to bring that transformation in Vivekananda in just a tap. He put him in 3 days of continuously in the oneness space. He doesn't know the difference between the food and his hand eating and the body which is receiving the food. It was such a beautiful experience that he went through. And that is possible for each one of us when we raise to the frequency of oneness with Paramashiva as our ultimate reality. And what it could bring, it is bringing the most auspiciousness, even at a glimpse of it, as our reality. What happened to Vivekananda, we know. Each one of us can raise into that level of consciousness, manifesting that level of reality. And only if we let go our identity for a few minutes and be in the Paramashiva space, the conscious sovereignty that Bhagavan is giving us as a blessing, as a boon till Guru Purnima. He says, every breath of mine and every breath of mine is an initiation. Every movement of mine is a hug. Such a beautiful space that Bhagavan is giving us. Let's entangle with that beautiful space and just merge into Paramashiva space. And let's start chanting the Mahavakya for the second cycle. At the end of the cycle, you can verify. Let's get into the deep oneness, the meditative space, to experience as our reality. Each one of us, only if we experience, we start understanding the higher signs. Oh, I've tried sitting and manifesting so many times, it doesn't happen. No, each step towards it itself is the biggest blessing that you're taking. And then Bhagavan says, even the everyday yoga, everyday puja, everyday satsang, everything is aligning you to the conscious sovereignty. Don't miss the opportunity of manifesting your higher reality by entangling with Bhagavan. Bhagavan himself sits in Kailasa courtyard and lets us to manifest the higher reality. And that we'll be so blessed to understand how these balasans every day do the Kailasa courtyard and manifest higher signs. We also become like the balasans, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely, merging into oneness with Paramashiva and manifesting the length dimension.
Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita-pur, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita-pur, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Such a beautiful space all of us are in. Now is the time for sharing. Why should I share? I have such a beautiful experience, such a experience that Bhagavan has showered on me. Even a small things that you go to a restaurant or to any of the malls everywhere, you experience everything at a cost. Here, Bhagavan is overflowing all the experience with completely free, completely in just compassion, in deep love for each one of us to raise us to superconscious space. What can I do in return? I can just go ahead and share my experience as my reality. If you take anything, the personal experience really matters. Each one of you telling how amazing, how he said the tolls and memes that what they put and the memes that they put has brought so many of them. He didn't say all your sharing. That's what he should say. All your great sharings of all these great truths, your powerful cognition, your manifestation, the videos, the photos, if you can share, all that will bring n times the number of the people that brings from all these trolls. That is the contribution that each one of us can do to the world. And contributing to the world, how does it help me? The power manifestation I can understand, but how does me sharing my life, my time, my effort, and my powerful cognition help somebody else? It does in the end fold. Each one of us, somebody we heard that something saying so amazing about the whole experience that we logged in one day, and millions have got connected to Bhagavan's satsangs and darshans and power manifestations sessions through all our comments. Every comment is so important. Don't miss to take 2 minutes of your time. You can put it in tinyurl.com/power manifestation or your social media, Facebook, in your own language, in your own words, at just a line, thanking Bhagavan for whatever he's showering as the reality. And your deep experience, authentically write it down. That what you experience in the powerful cognition, in the satsang, in the pre-satsang, in the power manifestation as your reality. The conscious sovereignty, if you're in deep love, you will paint the town that you are in deep love with somebody. And simply everybody will know there's something different, unique about you. That is what is, you are in Paramashiva space. You should tell the town that you are celebrating that space and see the difference of your life, what happens. It will take you to Kailasa. It's so powerful. Bhagavan says extreme causing, extreme power manifestation is extreme causing. Simply, you will be taken to Kailasa just by being in that oneness space and sharing and contributing to others' life. If you see a $sign at the end of the YouTube, you can also offer your contribution to Kailasa. Whatever we each one, even the squirrels came and built the Ramasetu when Rama came down. These avatars are not looking for the squirrels to manifest their reality, but giving the blessing for the squirrels. Even as a squirrel, you can manifest your reality. That is what Bhagavan is saying. Build your Kailasa. When you contribute, the inner space becomes Kailasa. When you start contributing to the higher reality. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation and all this great experience that we had during the meditation, the oneness, the Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Every time, whatever you experience, drop it at Bhagavan's lotus feet to ask him more guidance and more reality into the depth of Paramashiva as your reality. With that, thanking each and every one of you all over the world, part of this Kailash Courtyard, where Bhagavan himself is residing in each one of you as a manifestation right now. Thanking each one of you, you are really blessed. Do Anga Pradakshina for yourself, because whatever Bhagavan says, you are the one who have really manifested the space, state and powers of Paramashiva, the Kailasa of Paramashiva. So thank yourself to listen to this and be in the oneness space of Paramashiva. With that, let's get it ready for the next Kalabhairava Darshan, the ultimate space, the most ferocious and most beautiful space, the most compassionate space of Bhagavan. So with that, let's end the session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम तत्सत् सर्वं भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवं पादुका अर्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम् Thank you so much, each and every one of you. Don't forget to share with your friends and families all the great truth. Thank you, Nithyananda.